Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And I want to say Monday, but no, it is Tuesday, May 30th. Where did May go? Huh? We got all that new money coming into the market in June. Um, and we're going to let you watch. We're going to do a few more than usual, maybe some free views. We have a new website that's rolled out. Be sure to visit stockmarketcaddy.com. You want to know a little bit more about us and what we're doing. We are running a program, little program today that we're calling Trend Seeker. It's running on the NQ. It has not had any trades. We just turned it on. We are taping this. And if you have any questions, so feel free in the chat. I'll be in and out, but certainly here as well. And after you visited the website, you still have questions, you want to give us a shout, I can be reached at 813-758-8263. Enjoy. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Oh, there's our first order. How do you like that? I didn't do that. I did not do that. But I did want to let everyone know. Let's go take a look. And that's a short trade too. Interesting. We've been running over the last week or two a little concept strategy we call Trend Seeker. Trend Seeker. Now, this is just a new one in addition to about the 60 or 70 other programs that we have. And but what we're doing differently today is we're running it on a different configuration. And we're running it on a three-line break, but instead of using a tick count, we are in fact using time. And it would have done beautiful overnight, but we didn't run it. So we're running it now. And also in celebration of our website, holy smokes, what an ordeal. God almighty. I guess, those folks who I gotta say, the folks who build the websites, they earn their keep. But we decided to do it ourselves, and we're happy. I hope everyone's happy with the website, the layout. But it proved to be a challenge with the hosting company. We gave them a shot. They got it, got things figured out. There's a couple little aspects of things that we wanted to be able to do that is limited by them. So we will, going to work on that during the summer months, the middle part of the summer. So we still may have a new hosting company. They really left me in the lurch here for the last week or two. And we've been with them about 10 years. So we're not new. If you've come by, we're doing a live session on YouTube. If you're coming by and say, how come the guy didn't have a website? We were just got caught in the throes in the midst of, well, this is a nice little trade going off here, huh? So if you have any questions and you're coming by on YouTube, give us a shout. And Jeff, I see you there. And Jeff, I really like this Trend Seeker. So I'm going to bundle this up this morning and patch it over to you. Jeff is one of our annual members, and he likes to work with some of the beta strategies. And this is a beta, and meaning it's new. And so I'm going to bundle it up and give you the instructions on what we're running. All right, keep me posted. I'm going to do that right now, Jeff. There you go. Yeah, I think you'll like this, Jeff. It's pretty interesting. Jeff, I don't know if you got a chance to see last night's video. I just want to make sure we're going to press out the video at night in a little different format. We used to post it into the website and it had a password. Can't do that right now. I don't know if that's more convenient, less convenient, but we still had to send it. We still sent out an email. So what we're doing is instead of plugging it into the website, we're plugging it into our screencast. It's high definition, and hopefully nobody had any issues getting in there. Definitely let us know, and hopefully it came through. But that's where the nightly videos. And what we'll do is we'll keep a running set. If you look at there's a little details button there, and it can open up other videos that are in that file, and we'll keep like a week's worth, week or 10 days of market videos there. Those that are on YouTube, this is I'm Bagging On at Stock Market Caddy. This is what we do. It is Tuesday, May 30th, and we're giving you a glimpse. We're giving you a glimpse of Swing Machine. Swing Machine is doing its thing. And but the trade that you see up here and reflected here, that is running a trading robot, a mini contract. and it's running 1 NQ. And I'm going to try not to scalp it. I'm going to just try to let it do its thing. And we're letting you watch. If you look at Swing Machine's doing pretty well here. On the 5-minute VIX, 10 minutes ago, it went long. So that's not good for the bulls. That there's some fear suddenly crept into this market on a 5-minute basis. And we look at the 1-minute ES. If you took this trade 25 minutes ago, you're up $400. If you're waiting for the 5-minute because you don't want to trade as much, that went off at 9:40, a little later, and now you're up a couple hundred. If you use micros, you're up 1/10. You're up $37 and $22. And the 5-minute NQ that went long when the wee hours of the morning at 1:55. That's up about $2,000, but it's coming back, right? It's coming back. The Dow, if you took 11 minutes ago, but this one short at 6:55, you're up 600. The gold trade, we got to make sure we get the right contract still in here. Gold June. We better double check that. But it's doing its thing. Same thing with oil. Those contracts may have rolled. But the strategy, boy, it nailed this one, didn't it? Only had a drawdown of $140, has already had a run up 945. Now, could I go in and mechanically clip that order? I could. I really don't want to do that. Now, those of you that are passing by on YouTube, you're seeing this not in high def, sorry, and you're seeing this about a 60-second delay. Our members are on Zoom. They can see this in a high def instantaneously, imperceptibly, tiny latency, but they have this and everything that I have on their desktops, so they can configure and do what they want to do, trade their game. In fact, you may have heard me conversing with one of our members, and he likes to work with some of our newest programs too. So we're constantly working, right? We're constantly trying to innovate, trying to come up with new approaches, new things, keeps life interesting, keeps our trading interesting. You want to keep moving. And so what we will do, I'll take a minute to explain, is we're going to bundle this package up for him and others too, probably before the week is over, and we'll call this a beta strategy. It's the Trend Seeker beta, and we will send it to them and him, and they'll get a chance to work with it. After a few weeks, might be a few months, if it passes muster, if it continues to get the green light, then what we will do is we'll put the strategy into our library, into our inventory, if you will, and it'll go out to everybody, because not everybody has the time to be able to work with the beta strategies, but we don't forget them, right? So that's what that is about. And if you have any questions, you want us to plug any market in, just let us know. Now you can use Swing Machine. We were showcasing last night's nightly video. You can use it on stocks on a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis. Do you know Swing Machine on a monthly basis went long NVIDIA in 2013? 2013 on a monthly basis. A $25,000 investment trade on a monthly basis in NVIDIA, his worth goes to $3 million. 90% of short putts don't go in the hole. I can't do this for you. In fact, I don't think anyone else is going to do this for you. It takes time, it takes discipline, and but at least here at Stock Market Caddy, we're not a broker, we're not a financial advisor. I'm not suggesting that everybody do this. I'm not making any claims that you will automatically make money, but I think you'll have fun. I think you won't look at the markets the same way, and you'll be able to take the TV, the CNBC of the world, and the subscriptions to everything else, and just toss them in the pool because you really just won't need it. Enjoy. If you have any questions, let us know. Program is got a nice fatty there, Jeff. Nice fat tuna. Gonna bundle it up right now. Now, I have my nose buried into our what we call our development center, so I can't see. I don't have a moderator on YouTube, so I'll try to monitor. And no, we just got a couple of people that have stopped by. But if you have any questions, feel free. And here's a nice big fat trade, 2 grand, 2 grand. And but we don't have, 10,000, 20,000. That's fine. It's totally fine. I'm not on CNBC. I don't wear my hair in a ponytail. I don't have a macro babble. crack research team from a bunch of people that have been laid off from Wall Street. I don't have any of that. No, no, it's just Susan and me, just in my home office, just doing what we do. It's a beautiful thing. Learned a lot, boy, building that website though. Man alive. It's still learning, still learning. I never knew, oh, there's so much to that stuff. Golly. And then you got the search engine optimization stuff. Man alive. I mean, there's so much opportunity today for young people. It is just, you know, I don't want to sound like an old fart, but God, there's so much opportunity to do so many things. I think about, when we started, I mean, it was so antiquated. I mean, we didn't even have cell phones. Didn't even have cell phones. And now you got everything, everything. Young people today, I don't want to go off on it, but I dare to tell you, I think college, we have some nieces and nephews that are doing some great things in college. And, but I don't know if it's for everybody really today. You know, I would just say to folks in their 20s, just start as many businesses as you can possibly start. Just try dozens of them, dozens of things, so many different things, building websites, optimizing. There are people that just specialize on the optimization of the internet and stuff. It really is involved. It's really um, incredible, incredible. And they were asking us questions because I did talk with them. And then they were like, "What are you guys doing? What are you doing? What's this trading stuff?" So, but in any case, if you have any questions, let us know. And this is the and first trade of the day. We started at 9 o'clock. And this is in off and running. Off and running. If you have any questions, let us know. We appreciate the likes. We appreciate the retweets. We've been busy getting that website ready, so we got to get back out there, letting folks know we're here. We appreciate we're more apt to do this sort of thing if we have more folks passing by. We're going to give you a chance, but look at what Swing Machine has done. 41 minutes ago, 850. If you want to trade the 5-minute in 940, there's $700 or $800. Here's the NQ 17 minutes ago, $2,000. Here's 670. I mean, this is how we stay on the right side of the market. Market goes up, the market goes down, the market goes down, the market goes up. I mean, if you want me to make up a story, narratives, we can do that, but and I'm not going to help you. It isn't. It just is. And this little strategy here, the trend seeker strategy. And for our members that are listening, please know I'm bundling up. We're documenting this. I really like this strategy. So it's been a beta strategy. We're running it a little different configuration than we did in the last couple of weeks. And we're bundling it up as a beta. Going to send it out. I can see Ken in the room. We're going to send it to Ken. I see Jeff in the room. We're going to send it to Jeff. And we're also going to send it to our other members that can't be here this morning that have expressed interest in working with our beta. But we're going to put it together in a little video format. Maybe for Jeff and Ken, we just send it right out. Because you're seeing it real time. I'll be able to tell you the settings. Whoops. Oh, sorry about that. There are also these systems that grade your website, and so you have to let us know. We're interested in how fast the thing will load, and we're happy to say that we got a 94. So we got an A. Can be better, but it's loading. Should be loading pretty fast. And then they also grade it from an analytic standpoint, and that we need to improve. We're at about an 80 on a scale of 100, so we got a B, and there are things that we will need to do. We're always open for suggestions, though, and there were some things that we still want to do in a website format, make it a little bit more interactive, and that is going to have to wait for another day. But definitely keep us posted. You're watching Swing Machine monitor the markets this, I want to say Monday morning. It's a Tuesday morning after the long weekend. The markets are no question, especially the NASDAQ, but the S&P is extended, very, very extended on a daily basis. The VIX is suppressed, so we would expect the markets to come in. Now, we're not saying they're going to crash. We're not into that, but they're extended. This is not the place where you would be committing new capital to get long the market, not as a trader. In fact, you would be, if you had long positions, you would be selling covered calls against those positions. You'd be selling half of them. You'd be raising cash levels. If you're an aggressive trader, you'd be getting option contracts on the defensive side of the market. It just is. It's purely technical. It's purely money flow. Nothing else matters. All of the reasons that people give for the market going up or going down is just, buffoonery. The market is made up of millions, millions, and billions of dollars and individuals, and the market isn't making any kind of collective statement about anything. It's just money flow. It's just like a river, and it sometimes it overflows its banks, and sometimes it goes this way and it goes that way. And our job is to get into this river safely, catch ourselves some nice trout, where my mind is, and get on out of there. you know can I tell you why they're biting on some days and not on others? Not really. Uh, they're biting this morning. We got ourselves a hatch. Where else can you have so much fun? Though I do enjoy trout fishing. You can see where my mind is. And enjoy golfing too. It's sometimes, I have to kind of steal myself away to do one or the other. And, this is thoroughly, I mean, you get rewarded, right? Thoroughly enjoying. And we hope it is for you. Hey, I got to mention too, if you haven't seen it, if you guys have Netflix, oh man, we saw it. It's only 4 episodes. It's called Chimp Empire. Unbelievable. The photography, they embedded with the chimps of Uganda, and phenomenal. We just watched the first episode. I was dreaming about it. I mean, the photography, the videography is unreal. Is unreal. I think the story is going to be kind of difficult, maybe. I don't know. For small children, if it's going to be entirely suitable. They seem to be doing a pretty good job on it. But if you haven't seen it, really, really good. So called the Chimp Empire. Pretty wild. Our DNA is 98, we're 98% chimp. Oh wow, I've never heard of that one. Jeff is telling us another good flick, underwater videography is called My Octopus Teacher. Oh, check that out. I've never heard of that. Thanks, Jeff. There is, there really is some really good content out there. You just have to go find it, right? There's a lot of garbage. And but it was really, thank you. Check that out. Oh wow. I'll write that down. Um, my pen. Hmm. Is that on Netflix? Hmm. Oh wow. Never even heard of it. Crazy. Hmm. Thanks. Now, Jeff, let's see, I want to send you this. What I'll do is I'll print out to you in writing the settings that I have it on, the optimization that I did. Now I did optimize, and I do think it should be optimized. Um, and I'll print them out in an email in terms of expediting this to you. I will be making a little video probably later today for everyone else. And Ken, I can do the same. Ken is here as well. Ken, I can send you this too, and can tell you the settings, and then the video on optimization might be helpful to you, but I can still send it to you. And I'm just double checking, make sure that I have this right. It doesn't have, it's pretty simple as it stands. We won't add any complexity to it yet. We will, but not yet. And I think it's really interesting. And I've been running it primarily on a 3-line break. And I had been using a tick count. I'm now using it on a minute 3-line break, a 1 minute 3-line break. And it's, you know, it looks good. It looks real good, real good. So that's what's firing here. If you have any questions, let us know. Sounds good, Ken. Yeah. Um, I'll copy you both in the same message with the settings, so you can run in the exact same, and then Ken, I'll be able to show you how the optimization goes through. Jeff, I just want to be sure that I have your anniversary date right. My computer crashed after I had sent you your files. I think it's September 1 of 2024. Can you just let me know? I want to make sure that I get it right. Okay, super. Thanks, Jeff. Jeff, if you have any questions, I just sent it to you. I'm running it on an NQ 1 minute line break. There's a setting there for yardage. I did optimize over 2 weeks from 2 to 50. This is in the email. Mine came in at 44. There's another marker called long marker. I optimized 50 to 100 increment of 1. It came in at 72. And then the short marker 0 to 50, it came in at 31. And that has my exact settings. Keep me posted on how you make out. I think there's a lot more that we can do with this too. But again, when I was running Jeff a 3-line break on with tick count, but there seemed to be some gaps there on the minute. I think it is looking pretty good. So. And Ken, you may or may not be able to hear me. I'm happy to send you the beta as well, Ken. I just need not your account number. I just need your customer number, and you can do not don't say anything. You can email it. You can privately email if you want, and we'll send you a beta with the settings. Oh, let me double check that, Jeff. Sorry. Let me double check that. Hmm. Just give me an extra minute here. Let me double check it. Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff. I see what I did. I made a mistake in your setting. I do want you to know I still have all your files, but I had a computer crash right after I sent you your updated files. And so I'm sorry, that was I gotta be careful when I do that for you. I'm sorry. Let me change that. I'll resend it here. I had the wrong date. It'll be there in a minute. I'll just mention this to you. I'll be exceptionally careful with your files, Jeff. What happened, just so you know, um, you had a previous date, like going back to like 22 or something. So when I updated all your files for 2024, right after I updated all your files, I had a computer crash and I didn't save it. So I still have them all, but they're all dated like 22. It's transparent to you other than if I copy them wrong. So I've got to be exceptionally careful that I don't do that to you. So that's why that is. As luck would have it that the computer didn't back itself up. And So again, I have all your files. It's just that they don't have the right date. And we'll clear that up next time. But you have them, so this will come through, and this should clear it up. And I just resent it. That should do it. Sorry about that. These markets are a little reminiscent to me. I have all these reminiscence past markets. It's very reminiscent of the .com. I'm not saying we're going to have a .com crash, but it is reminiscent because the Nasdaq. This is in 1999. We knew it to be a bubble, and it started to correct, and then it ran again. And what happened was the leadership got really, really narrow. So like when the .com was really, really going, everything was going. PetSmart and 3Com and CMGI and everything was running. I mean, you could just throw a dart and double, triple your money in a few days' time. It was just insane. And then there was a correction, and we thought it was it, and it wasn't. The indices continued to run, but it wasn't as broad. And everyone focused in on the few names that were running because they were still, like, oh, this is still great. Well, we just, we got to dump the 3Coms and everything. So, and those names were at the time Sun Microsystems, SUNW, JDSU, JDS Uniphase, Global Crossing, America Online. And I'm telling you, these stocks, I do need to take this. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. And then what happened was the leadership got really narrow. And the ones that were leading, it was Sun Micro, JDS Uniphase, and they just went even bonkers. So we thought, okay, well, everything's going to be fine. We're just going to, and then the market will come back and we'll broaden out again. Well, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. And nobody can really even explain why or whatever now, looking back on it. Today's market, NASDAQ, is very, very reminiscent of that, right? We've had a little bit of a correction, and now we're going up on, namely the stocks, or the SOX, the semiconductors, NVIDIA, advanced micro devices, Microsoft's in there, Broadcom, AMAT, all the chips, right? And the the market, they love those guys, right? But I got to tell you, it's very reminiscent, and it's very, very narrow. And I know, I don't want to spoil anyone's fun. and say that that the top is near here with those semiconductors. But boy, I'd be someone calls against them, and I would be ringing that cash register just as fast as I can. The valuations are out of sight, and it, you can make money in bubbles, no question about it. And we have, and we will, and done it. You absolutely can, but you just don't want to overstay one's welcome. Really, and these things are through the roof. Even Scott McNeely, who was the CEO for Sun Microsystems, he said at the time when Sun Micro was just, running like crazy. And I loved the company and I loved what they were doing. They were making servers when the internet was being built out. And he said the valuation got to such a level that he would have had, 100% increases in sales for years to come. And even he knew it to be, just unsustainable. And they had to make, provisions and preparations to ultimately sell the company off. I'm not saying that that's going to be NVIDIA's fate or any of them, but boy, it is reminiscent. It really is. Um, Technology, it's a tough time during the summer months too. So, and if it follows course, what we would have is we could have a summer swoon. And I'm not forecasting this, not predicting this, but you can have these head fakes, and we have a summer swoon, and then it come back, and it brings what it does. It brings in the really, really dumb money, the money that wasn't here 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and they come in and they get it going. They push it up to, nosebleed levels again, where there's no oxygen, no supply, and interest rates are rising, and then boom, they pull the plug. And so I think the risk here, just me, we're not forecasting, we're not telling anybody what to do, we're not nothing, but our instrumentation is telling us that, namely with the lack of breadth and where we are, that the air is very, very thin. You can get to the top of Mount Everest, but you got to get back. You need a little oxygen to get back. It does you no good, to be holding a stock that goes to highs if you don't recognize and get the cash out of it. Sun Microsystems went to like $2 a share. JDSU, geez, I think I probably still have a few. No, I don't, but it went to like $1 or $2. They just, and I know you think that it can't happen. I'm telling you, it can, it does, and it will. I can't tell you with specificity which stocks, but in the 90s, again, America Online, boy, those people were, they were rabid. AOL was the symbol. Sun Micro, JDSU, Global Crossing, CMGI was an incubator for internet stocks. Wow. Jesus, there were just a ton of them, billions and billions of dollars, and wiped right out. I can remember when the NASDAQ was at 5,000. I can remember I was talking to my brother and looking at a chart. And I'm like, Jesus, brother, we got a gap down there at about 900, between 900 and 1,200. I said, technically speaking, that market could come back there. He said to me, Jesus, Don, Jesus, don't tell me that. I laughed. Now, I didn't think in my heart of hearts that it would happen. It didn't. We got out of the way, but it did. NASDAQ went down to 900, from 5,000 to 900. It was a 90% haircut. What is truly scary is, it's very scary. There are people that have been in this market. They're in their 30s, they're in their 40s. Maybe it's you. and they got in the market in '08, in 2012, 2015, 2018, 2019, and they've just been lulled to sleep. It's like turning an alligator over and rubbing its belly. The market comes back, the market comes back. Don't worry about it. It's okay. They're always going to be making cars. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Just, you know, and that is scary to me because I don't want to sound like some old dog, but I've seen and I have experienced bear markets. There really hasn't been, even '08 really, in my view, wasn't really a bear market. It went down in bear terms, but it only lasted a few months. A good bear market can last 2 or 3 years, and it's absolutely punishing. And the folks that are in the markets now, they haven't experienced it. They just don't know. They don't know. And you can make money in bubbles. And we do make money in bubbles, and we come in and we trade and we make money. There's nothing wrong with that. But you can't tell a person that is in a bubble that it's a bubble. And it doesn't matter anyways. It just doesn't, right? I don't bother, but you can't tell them. And it's like going to a party and the party is raging. It's 2 o'clock, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, you want to be the person running around. Oh, those parties getting really out of hand. You guys all gotta go home. I mean, who wants to be that person, right? So I'm not that person. The person I'm going to be is to get my little ass out of there before the police show up. I take care of myself, right? And so you do what you want to do. It was funny, it, I was, I remember this. I had taken a position with a big company sales organization, and I was basically just a few years out of college, and we had a national meeting, and it was in Vegas, which is was tremendous, right? And I can remember, we all went out to dinner, went to a show, went to a dinner. Everybody was hammered, but I still had a college mindset, and so some people were getting some of the other, it was a group of us, group of guys, and we were leaving some people behind, and I'm thinking, hey, I got to get hold of these guys, like, and I remember there was another old dog. I think he was like 30. I think he was like 30, 31. Right. I'm in my early 20s. And this guy sees me, and I'm new to the company. And he sees me trying to, like, round up these guys. And he's like, hey, Don, you know, um, I'm going back to the hotel. You want to walk back with me? That's fine. He said, but Don, this is business now. This isn't college and a college campus here. These are all big boys and girls. They'll take care of themselves. But I'm headed back. You want to walk back with me? That's fine. And it was kind of a wake up call early on. It's like, maybe he's right. Maybe he's right. When you're in college campus, it's different, on a college campus. But in the business environment, it was, these markets are not a college campus. They're not, you know. And here at Stock Market County, we're not making specific recommendations for anyone to buy or sell a thing. No, I never wanted to do that. Not interested in doing it at all. Nope. It just isn't worth it. And I think it's much, much more fun um, to empower individuals to be able to, play their own game, to do their own thing. You want to stay at this party, you want to, this one trade that's up there has been oscillating. It had a drawdown of $140 and a run up of not 289, but that's actually almost 3,000, 2,800 some odd dollars. If a person is running that as an example, now I'm letting it run, but if you were running that and you're up 1,800 and you want to take that money off and put it in the bank, in essence, leave the party, head back to the hotel, get a good night's rest, come back and do it again the next day. Entirely up to you. And it should be up to you, right? Right? It should be. Not up to anyone else. And the Nigerian, someone on CNBC. Why? Why? I want to do your own thing. And that may be why we don't have, 5,000 people listening to us on YouTube, or, thousands and thousands of members at Stock Market Caddy. Because the truth of the matter is, I believe most people don't want to make those decisions and don't want that responsibility. They just, when it comes to the markets, they just want to throw some, somebody told them something from someplace, they just want to throw something at it. So if somehow, some way, our approach resonates with you, feel free to visit our new website. We got a new website. I hope it's all right. Tried to get some messages out there. It didn't come, we wanted to do it a little bit differently. Some of the video quality and the sound is not as good as it could have been because we had to rely on the YouTube plugins. But there are some other things that we want to be able to do that we will do. But if you come by this live session on YouTube, and you want to know what we're up to, I would start there. There's a lot there. We'll answer a lot of your questions, and you still got questions, you feel free to give us a shout. When we do these live sessions, we will begin to send out a little email letting everybody know. So if we don't have your email, you might want to make sure that we do. And if you don't want us, just let us know too. We don't want to pester anybody. But this trade is fired off earlier today, probably at about 9:20, I think it was. It's crazy. One peep is here. Hundreds of peeps should be in here. Thanks, Tina. That's all right. That's all right, Tina. Tina says it's crazy. There's one peep in here. Thousands of peeps should be here. Nothing compares to the swing machine. Well, we thank you. It is crazy a little bit, right? It is. If we probably put up a chart or something, somebody wants to, I don't know, but that's all right. That's all right. This little program is doing nicely, Tina, this little trend seeker. This is, we're going to be running with this one for a while. This one, you might be seeing this for days on end here. This is a nice little program, we can tell. We believe anyways. But thanks. Hope you had a wonderful weekend, Tina. And we appreciate the likes and the retweets. And we changed the website, Tina. We changed it up a little bit. You have to let us know. See, one of the issues was the older website, which I did not know for the longest time. It didn't have a little lock to it. It wasn't what they call a secure website. So some people will filter out. They won't even see websites that aren't secure. So the new website is secure. It's locked. It's got a safety lock, and so that was a long time coming. Like everything, it takes time, but These are some big trades here, Tina. Let's just take a look at what's going on here. Here, the VIX. The VIX has oscillated on a 5 minute a couple of times here, not too many, but a couple. At 10:45, it goes long. So there's a little bit of fear coming into this. When we look at the ES, the 1 minute an hour ago on the 1 minute, there's 600. If you were trading the 1 minute, if you wanted to trade the 5 minute, which would mean you'd be trading less, that was 940. There's 1100. These trades might be there all day. You never really know. Here's the NQ, 7 minutes. 7 minutes is 400. The 5 minute is just turning down, which is nice to see. Oh, thanks, Tina. Thanks. And this one is at 955. The Dow an hour ago is 500. On the 5 minute, it was 655. There's 1200. Here's the Russell. And we're trending down, and the VIX is trending up, and we're on the right side, and everything's right with the world right now. And that little trend seeker strategy is off and running. And we didn't run it last night, although it would have had a huge run last night, this little trend seeker. So what would be interesting is, a 50% decline from here would bring the S&P down to 2100, which would actually be the COVID low. And I really do think that we will go there. I don't know what the circumstances will be around that. I think it's a little incredible with what we're doing with the Russians. I mean, I just don't get it. Everyone's just doesn't seem to be paying attention. I mean, we got drones, and did you see some of the headlines? The Ukrainians were flying drones and hitting Moscow. Are you kidding me? I mean, we got guys like Jerry Nadler. I don't want to go political, but saying, I'll give them some F-16s. I don't care if they fly them into Moscow. Oh no, you don't think so? Jerry Nadler and his buddies, their fat butts will be in bunkers. The rest of us will be, I don't know. Is this really worth it? We didn't like it. We didn't like it, during the 60s in Vietnam when the Chinese were sending in weaponry through Laos in Thailand. We went and got them. There were many, many a general that said we needed to go into China and shut it down. I'm sure there are some Russian generals saying, why are we getting slaughtered on the battlefield here when these SOBs are fueling us? We're sending them so much stuff. Just see that, I don't know if you saw the piece on 60 Minutes. I digress a little bit, talking about Raytheon. Raytheon, the military industrial complex is consolidated. They're charging us through the nose, us taxpayers, for this stuff. They said a Stinger missile just like 10 years ago was $25,000. Now they're $400,000 a piece. These guys are, I mean, it's big biz. Where do you think the market would be? God forbid, if that becomes, I don't know, but nobody seems to care. Nobody seems to be paying attention. It's similar to COVID, right? I'm not trying to spread fear. I'm just not, but you can tell when the market doesn't care about something until it does care. And when it does, it It reacts very, very quickly, very, very fast. So you want to be getting in position and prepared in advance. Don't want to be scrambling around. One of the, and I'm not talking about even just, do I buy the S&P at 4,200? Do I sell the S&P at 4,200? I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about being prepared in terms of, do you know how to trade futures? Do you know how to trade options? Do you know how to value a stock? Do you understand the relationship between stocks and individual sectors? Do you understand, how to track money flow? That sort of thing. And that's why, Tina, we only have you and, maybe 3 or 4 other people because nobody wants to do that. Well, I don't want to say nobody. The vast majority do not. They don't. I mean, do you see these guys making the TikTok videos and on Reddit? Let's squeeze them. Oh man, we got a short squeeze on Citadel, and I mean, it's absurd. It's absurd, but they're having fun. So, it's a hoot. Money flow. Rest assured, that guy Nadler, you know, he will get his ass out of the way and his family's asses, and he will get his money, his investments out of the way. They all will. They all will. We did a video for our members, commitment to traders report. There are over 400,000 contracts on the ES that are short. 400,000. I've never seen that many contracts short. Never. In 2018, 2019, for 10 years, when the market was running up solidly, there were 350,000 contracts long, week in, week out. It didn't move, didn't budge. 350,000. Who's short the market? 400,000 contracts. This is just one contract up there, up $2,000 in less than an hour or two. Who's sitting on all those? Who do you think? Think Warren Buffett is hedging his portfolio? How about Carl Icahn? He got an ass whooping. He lost about 8 to 9 billion. He got short a little too early. He may be a good company raider, but he wasn't a very good trader. So I don't know. And seasonally, yes, a lot of times things happen in the fall, but I have seen some very, very nasty, very, very nasty summer corrections. And we didn't get much anything this spring. So we've seen some real doozies during the summer months. And there's plenty of reasons, from a market standpoint, to see that type of action this summer. A lot of times the markets bottom in October. The damage is done. That's when, we could get a vicious correction between now and October. We could be down 50, 60%. And then the public wakes up and they can't stand it anymore. And they're back to work. They're over their vacations. They're grinding, and then they puke in the end of October. And they take us down another 15, 20%. And then a lot of times that'd be it. But don't think for a moment that the market will just come roaring back. No, it doesn't have to do that. It can go sideways for years. The .com, and then I lived and breathed it. So I'm just letting you guys know that, when the .com was like, okay, phew, glad that's done. And then it was the fall, it was September of 2001. Hmm. Remember September 11th? Ah, crap, market closed for 5 days. Then it was like 2003. The QQQs from um from from 2000, the QQQs to like 2004, 2005 went from $20 to like, oh, I think they got up like to 26. And we were thrilled to have it. Oh, whew, that was nice. It can happen. But, mm, people will pull their bread. They, it's the market is like, you ever see those scenes of Vatican Square of all the pigeons in there, and suddenly one of them starts to fly and they all fly. Oh, and this is on a daily basis, right? Intraday, we do this day in and day out, and it's great. But on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, monthly, there will be those, there'll be a time when they want out. That's when you'll be hearing from aunts and uncles and in-laws, and and they'll be scared. They'll be scared, they'll be fearful, and they'll puke. They're not, they should be getting prepared now, or should have been, preparing all of their whole lives. These markets don't owe anybody anything. They don't care. You only have to get rich once. And then you better be smart enough to hold on to it, because they will try to take it away. I have a neighbor friend. He commutes from Florida to I won't say or anything, who it is, but he commutes to a hedge fund, and in Manhattan, and they talk about it. He talks to me about it, and it's a little bit sickening. But he says, we go out, the firm goes out and looks for people that, maybe they, been running a dry cleaning business for 15, for 30 years, and they've got themselves, 5, 10, 15, $20 million. And they're looking for those people. They want those people. They want that bread. He goes, and they will get that bread. He goes, they don't, they don't care. And there's a lot of people, been working their entire lives at a particular business, and then they sell that business, and they got their bundle, and then, the New York Sharks, Chicago Sharks, take it away. So you want to get educated throughout I think, one's life, and manage, at least here, manage your own destiny. It's the idea. I don't trust them. Mhm. Anywho, I digress. Pushing almost noon here. Oh, what did I just do? Oh, I see what I did. I think, there we go. Yes, thanks, Tina. And no, I'm not gonna, we're gonna let folks watch and see the markets for what they are and what we're doing. And if folks have any questions, but I'm not going to just kind of ramble on. Members probably don't want to be listening to me. They can always turn their volumes down, but we're just giving you a glimpse. And we are going to compress a video view. We tape the video view from just before 9 o'clock from a starting point of 0, and you will compress that and send that out as well and post that on YouTube so folks get a chance to see what Swing Machine looks like in a compressed fashion and also a particular strategy. This thing had a high watermark of nearly $3,000. It's comfortably up about 1,600, and where one chooses, this is the thing where people sometimes ask and be like, and I get it, I understand why they ask. It's like, well, what's the performance, and what is this? Um, the performance, it matters only to you. You know, um, if we have a member that took the trade off at 3,000, I mean, their performance is 3 grand. If we have another member that takes it off here at 1,600, then that's their performance. You know, um, when folks start asking, I get it. If I was going to turn my assets over to somebody and they're going to do something, then yeah, I'm going to want to know their performance and their track record. I'm going to want to know that. But we're not doing that here, so not at all. Um, this is learning to trade, your game. So the performance you need to be most concerned with is your own. And we don't suggest, and this is for the benefit of anyone that's might be passing through on YouTube even later, because there's only a handful, one of a few folks here. But it only matters what you're able to do, and we're not saying, and we can't, that a particular program is going to generate $3,000 tomorrow. It might do 5,000. It might do 1,000. It might lose. And do you have the skill set? If you are a pilot in a small plane and you take off and suddenly, you're just, 1,000, 1,500 feet off the ground and the plane stalls, do you have the skill set to get the plane safely down? Are you going to bank to the right to try to circle back and put yourself into a dive and send the plane into the ground? You might. Instinctually, that's what a lot of people do. But, do you have the skill set? If things start to go awry. And so the programs can do a lot, but they're not going to fly the plane entirely. This isn't drone trading. Even drones need a pilot too, by the way. what I like about this particular strategy, the trend seeker, it's running on a pretty fast design, but it will stay in trades. It will stay right in there. And so we're not trading a lot. We just had the one trade, and there was a high water mark of almost 3,000, a low water mark of minus $140, plenty of opportunity. And that's what we're trying to do here with most, or if not all of our tools, is to try to give the trader an opportunity to get the fish in the boat. If you want to, if you've got that trade on and you're up 2,100 and you want to stick around to see if it can go up to 3, 4, 5 and keep on going and relax a little and let it run, fine. You can do that. On the other hand, if you're up 2,100 and you want to get the bass to the boat, and get it weighed in, then pull that sucker in, put them in the boat. And then, but then you're going to have to wait. If you're going to trade that strategy, you have to wait for the next trade. And I don't know when that'll be. I mean, it's not going to be, days and days, but so that's where the performance characteristics, we can't possibly, and it would be, we can't possibly, start quoting performance characteristics and in doing that. We would be sending the wrong message. We would be, just outside, we would be out of bounds doing that. And those folks that come through and don't understand that, that's okay. They just don't understand trading. They just don't understand it, and they have a viewpoint or vantage point, and they're going to believe what they want to believe, and that's okay. That's totally okay. But if you do understand it, or and understand, like, oh, okay, geez, I'm gonna have to put my golf shoes on, and I'm gonna have to carry my own golf bag, and I'm gonna have to hit the shots. I mean, we're gonna help you, put some of the clubs, Stock Market Caddy, we're gonna help you put some clubs in the bag and give you some technique ideas. But you have to hit the shot. You have to hit the shots. You know, if you want to get in there and 5 and 6 putt a green, I mean, then that's up to you. Oh, I hope that makes sense. We're going to we've just compressed the video from this morning. I suppose I should just continue. I can do that here. I can just keep recording here. We have these other tools. We'll do that for the benefit, especially for our members that can't be here. We want them to see this. So we'll bring that up. There we go. Okay, so she's staying with the trade, right? Beautiful, beautiful. We had to give an update to the gold too, by the way, and oil. Those trade well, the oil trades the front month. Gold can roll a little quicker, so those have rolled. And so this is the thing: we haven't mechanically intervened, right? We now had what we had to run up as much as 3,000, 20, it appears. Um, if a member was running this program as an example, and maybe they ran it up to 3,000, then they ran back to 1,600 and 1,500, and maybe they found that exhausting, right? And they said, you know what, I'm just taking my $1,600. Okay, they took it. They took it. I don't know where this is going to go. Um, I don't want it to lose. We could certainly put brakes on it. A person could put a stop in, could have put a stop at 1,000, could have put, but if they took their money, they took their money. There really wouldn't have been another trade on this strategy. Now, maybe, as we share this with YouTube folks, bear with me here. That's our little recording button. Entirely possible that, one of our members takes a beta strategy and begins to do what with it? Filter. Wow. What if they started taking every short trade, off of Swing Machine as the trend seeker is short or long? They might do something like that. They might do it on a different market. They might do it, with more contracts or less contracts. I can't possibly know, right? And it's great, right? Their success doesn't hurt me. No, it's not a zero-sum game. It's great. It's great, you know? So, but this might continue. This trade could continue to run up 4,000, 5,000. It could all today, right? Don't know what the next one's going to be. I'm not going to really worry about the next one. Got to stay in the here and the now. So when folks reach out to us, just so you know, I know why they're asking, and I think sometimes I'll say to them, well, we don't make any claims, and they think it's purely from a liability standpoint. There's certainly that. We want to be right up front, but it's not just that. It's the reality of trading. It's the reality. And if folks are out there, I say this all the time, if they're out there looking for something that doesn't exist, if they're looking for something to fulfill expectations that are not real, then they are going to be disappointed. And something? That isn't just in trading. That's in everything. That's buried in life. If you have expectations that a political election is going to improve your lot in life, I don't know about that. Good luck with that, but that's probably not going to happen, right? And if you believe in that, you're probably going to be disappointed, I had neighbors, and this is just how, but people do what they want to do, right? I had neighbors, a lot of them, back in 2016. I'm not knocking it. It was like whatever. They had fun. They would go out every weekend and they would meet up in a car caravan, as an example. And they would drive to Orlando, to Clearwater, back and forth, waving Trump signs. It could have been Biden signs. Who cares, right? But you know what? If that's what you want to do, all the power to you. Have a great time. I just can't imagine, what the chit chat was doing. I hate to drive to Orlando. I don't like driving any place actually right now. The traffic's so heavy, but driving up and down the expressway, waving political signs, I guess, whatever. But I always wondered, how many hours, they did it every weekend for months. Where are they today? Did that help them? Did that improve their lot in life? Could their time have been spent doing something a little bit more productive? Maybe not even productive. Not everything has to be, measured in dollars and cents. It just, fun. I don't know. Maybe that was fun, but Um, so this is the market is dynamic. The As individual traders, we are dynamic. You are dynamic. Only you. Tina's going to trade what Tina does. And Jeff is here. Ken is here. We've had others here. They're going to do what they want to do and how they want to do it. Great. Super. And we're going to keep working and developing tools and trying to make it easier, making it repeatable, so you can come in every day, do this thing. You get 20 or 30 days like this in a row. Oh, pretty damn good. Really good. If anything, then you got to guard against becoming overly confident. You know, we'll just take a few in a week. That'd be nice, huh? All right. Have fun. We're going to let you watch here because we're going to try to, our website was down for a couple of weeks and we were so, oh man, it was really, we were so bogged down in all of it. And so it's just good to be back trading and creating some awareness. So we may be doing a lot more of the views here, live views. We appreciate the retweets. We appreciate the spreading of the word. Who knows? Maybe we wind up with 5 or 10 people at the end of the week. Maybe we keep doing it for a little while. 5 or 10, right? you know, it's amazing what people will watch though, right? Online. There are these other things and they'll have thousands and thousands of views, God, what people are interested in doing, spending their time. And that's okay. That's all right. We're doing this to demonstrate what is possible, not to demonstrate a specific strategy, a specific tool. I mean, they're neat, right? But the broader thing is what we're trying to do is to show what's possible, getting control over this part of your life so that you can go do other things. You want to drive around in a car and wave political flags? All right, I guess so. That ain't gonna be me. Not gonna be me. No. Enjoy. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to continue to let the live broadcast go. We have had the Trend Seeker running since about 9 o'clock, and we thank you for stopping by. She's had one trade, and she's still on that trade. She's been doing really well. Swing Machine has been doing its thing around this tool here that you're looking at is Swing Machine, and it's doing its trading around that. This is the program that's running. That's what's doing this down here. It's called Trend Seeker. We've been working with this program for the last couple of weeks. We're running it on a configuration that was well, but we decided to mix it up a little bit, and we think we have a better configuration for it to run. Same strategy, and it's doing a really nice job. It's had a high watermark of not $302, but that's actually $3,000. A low watermark of 140, right? So it was profitable almost right away. And it's been in the trade all morning, and we were just discussing the individual nature of trading. You can, take your profits wherever you want. We're going to continue with this strategy, by the way, doing really, really well. And we're going to stay with it. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to plug them in the chat. And Swing Machine is doing its thing around that. And we're happy to answer any questions. We also we're doing this too because we were kind of knocked offline for a couple of weeks with our website. The hosting company dropped the ball on us, but we finally have our website back up, and we've been around. It's not that it was a new website. The older website wasn't secure, had some issues, and so the new website is up, and we had to compromise a little bit, but we still have plans to do some other things with it down the road. But if you have any questions, feel free to explore it. There's some nice video explanations about who we are and who we are not. If we don't have your email address, you can sign up, and when we do these little live broadcasts, we'll alert you. You never really know when we're going to do it. But I know I'm supposed to get on a routine and do something at a specific time of the day, but we're not inclined to do that. These futures markets are open and running, 24/7 for 5.5 days a week. And sometimes we're here at midnight, sometimes we're here at 3 a.m. So you never know, but if you want to get a heads up, make sure that we have your email. Make sure that, that it's something you want to be made aware of. And I guess you can push the notification button on YouTube as well. And our members get to see what we're looking at and what we're up to in a live Zoom each and every day, all day. But this isn't the only tool, right? It's central to what we're doing, this Swing Machine, but we're always running little programs, and we're available to our members. They can take these programs and configure them in a way and in a fashion that suits their trading and their leverage and their time and their the way what they want to do, right? So this just like golf, right? There's some great golfers, but they all play a little bit different, and that's okay. It's totally okay. Totally okay. So enjoy. as an example too, we're talking about the individual nature of these trades, right? And trading, and you can have these programs, you can have programs that are running. Could we build in, and have we built in all kinds of exits, profit targets, percent trailers, timed exits, all kinds of things, what we call proximity fuses, um, infinite number. Sometimes you need them, sometimes you don't. I mean, if you had this trade on and you're like, you know what, I had a high water mark of 3,000, I had a low water mark of 140. I've been in this thing for 2 or 3 hours. I want to come out and make my 2 grand and get on with my life for the rest of the day. Great, go ahead and do it. You may not have to have, that profit target. We're not when we're running programs, when we're running strategies, trading robots. Let me be very, very clear here. We are not trying to corner the market. We're not suggesting that, that any one of these programs is going to corner the market and you're going to win on every single trade, and just um, that isn't the case. I need to take a short break for lunch, actually, but we're going to let you watch. If you have any questions, feel free to punch them up, and we'll be back. All right, enjoy. So we will look to, this is, we may be in this one trade, for the rest of the day. What we'll look to do is, bring the strategy to a close sometime between 3 and 4, probably, ideally 3:30, something like that. And this market could really turn down. So this thing could really let loose here. But we have not intervened though, right? So it's just been very, very comfortable trade. We can take a look at where is the S&P on a daily basis. And here it is. It's at 80 still. 80, 80. Where's the VIX? Let's see where we are here. And the VIX is at 30. So we have a little bit more fear than what the market is showing, right? Can the market still get into euphoria? Could the market go higher? It could. Could the VIX go to panic sell again? Yeah, it could. It really could. But the probabilities of that happening are diminishing. The further out we get to these extremes, the likelihood that they continue to push those extremes go down. In fact, when the market is in euphoria and the VIX is in panic, the likelihood that the advance is coming to an end where they at least retrace into their mean is about 95%. I can't describe it any other, and visually can't show it any easier. It's just that easy. Now, and we've extrapolated this to a daily. You can take this sort of approach and do it on an hourly, and but they're not going to be as dramatic as it will be on a daily, right? On a weekly basis, let's just throw this into a weekly. Let's just look here. On a weekly, we're also at 80. Isn't that crazy? How about a monthly? Let's just go ahead and put it on here. Let's take a look. All right, so the monthly we're at 50. So we're just in the middle, So the monthly investor is like, nah, don't bother me. Don't bother me. Right? But the weekly is at 80. So we're really on a weekly basis, daily basis, the market really wants to come back. Isn't that a beautiful thing? It's just that easy, especially with these tools. I mean, it's just, just relax and and we'll trade around it using options, and we'll trade intraday and collect our cash and do our thing. If you have any questions, just let us know. Have fun. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, 1:30. We're getting a nice turn down in the market, and we're getting a few folks to stop by. We thank you. If you have any questions, let us know. Let me just share with you what you're looking at. This is Swing Machine Plus, doing its thing, which we like to keep central to everything we do. It is it is our flagship. It's not our only product, though, right? It is not our only, but it is central, and our members get to patch in and see this Zoom view or a Zoom view, whatever we might be working on every day. Um, and they have it also on their desktop. The strategy that we're running, you see highlighted down on the left, is called SMC Trend Seeker. This is a beta strategy. It's relatively new in the last couple of weeks, SMC Trend Seeker. Now, we were eager to get in here today because we were running it on a specific configuration, and we were using a tick count, transaction count. It did okay. I mean, it did fine, but the testing told us that it would probably do better if we used it on a time basis, and that's what we're doing. It's had basically, now we turned on at about 9. We were flat. We had no positions, and then up came the trade. We had $140 drawdown, one mini contract, $140 draw. That was the worst. Wasn't there very long. And then we've had a run up. That isn't 325. That's shaded away here. Um, it's it's basically hitting its high watermark right now. And it did come back. It did come back in terms of money, and was parked at about 1,600. One trade, one trade. What's nice about this trend seeker is that it once it gets in there, it's going to stay in there. It's going to want to stay in there. But like what we were saying earlier, though, if you are a member or you are a trader and you choose to take your money out, you say, you know what, I'm taking that $3,200, Don. I'll see you. Okay, take it. I don't have a problem with that. Just that you're done, I mean, the program is the program. If it, puts in another trade, it will put in another trade, but it might be at 2 o'clock in the morning. It might be, 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Not likely, but I mean, we can go back and look in history and get a feel for how long it might be before we get another trade off. But it's doing its thing. And then, of course, Swing Machine is doing a beautiful thing. And what we're beginning to realize too, which is, our members are listening too, we might be able to use this particular strategy as a filter on Swing Machine. Maybe when trend seeker is short, maybe we only take the shorts. We look at the VIX. The VIX went long 35 5-minute segments ago at 10:45. That was an indication that the market is going to probably start selling off. It actually started, though, on the 5-minute ES. We stay with the same time frame, 9:40, 5 minutes before. So the market started selling off before the VIX responded. It didn't lead, which I can understand because the market's just been so complacent. That one's up 1,400. A micro, you're up 140. The NQ was at 955. That's up 1170. The Dow was at 655. This is on a 5-minute. You're up 1100. The Russell 955. You're up 740. And then gold is gold as we speak here is on a 5-minute is trying to get long. Trying to. That might be a heavy lift, but it's trying. And then oil on a 5-minute went short at 8:35 this morning, and that's up a couple of grand. That's a beautiful thing. All of this is scalable. You could be using micros, you could be using minis, be trading different markets. So that also comes to what we've discussed, and we're just letting everybody know we can't make any claims. We can't, we don't, and we don't speak to, we can talk in terms of general characteristics, of what this strategy, what our expectations are of this strategy. In fact, let me go there and share that with you. If this strategy lives up to expectations, we would be expecting a profit factor. This is of Trend Seeker on this particular market, on this specific setup, a profit factor of about 2.38. And we would be expecting about 62 trades over 2 weeks. It's not a lot. We would be expecting it to win about 43% of the time. And we got to be prepared for some losers. We haven't had more than 6 in a row, but we could get hit with some losers. And this is over a 2-week period. What else can we tell you? The average time in the trade is 5 hours and 33 minutes, even though it's set much smaller than that. So it's in this a long time. It's a long time. So it's got to get them right. It's a beautiful thing. So we're going to let it continue to run. So we don't we share the those expectations a little bit, not so that anybody subscribes because I want that trend seeker, I want that radar, no. What you would want is other tools so that you can suit them to your game, right? So there's a difference there. And so we use the back test results and everything to get an understanding of what we're doing. I could even tell, let me go look. Now, one of the things that I might want to know is over the last 2 weeks, what is the biggest trade? So this thing had an outlier profit of $6,000. So what is the average run up though? I can tell you, let me get the average run up. Just taking a look at this here. The average winning trade is about 1170. So we've done twice that, So I really, I should probably set a stop, a hard stop. But we won't come back that far. I just won't let that happen. I'd shut it off. Now you might choose to just say, hey, I'm taking that money. I'm just taking that one. That'd be all right. I haven't even had reason. I went to the chart only to look at the back test. I haven't even looked at a chart. I haven't looked at one chart really this morning. I haven't had any reason to. So sometimes, folks say looking at charts and moving averages and MACDs and get, can get blinded, get a case of vertigo, can't tell up from down, down from up. Want to try to, force it, try to control it. Sometimes you just gotta relax, let the trade breathe, and let it play out. Loosen the grip a smidge. and we're going to let this run. There is no reason for us to intervene here, and the strategy is not interested either. We let it run. Okay, so you can see that Swing Machine has picked up on, the trade coming back the other way. Now, we're not trading Swing Machine. We could have been, right? We could have. And when we look at the NQ, 23 minutes ago, there's $1,000 right there. We could have used that as an excuse, as a reason to take our profit on that strategy. But we chose to, because I really want to let this strategy run. But I don't want to let it go, for the duration here. So I'm looking to try to get ourselves out of here by 3 o'clock. And I know this particular strategy over the last 2 weeks, 62 trades, the average winning trade is about $1,100, about $1,200. And it would be a sin to not to capture at least the average, right? And now you may have done something differently. You may have said, hey, you know what, I would have, that thing was up at $3,000, I'm taking that one. Oh man, that thing was up at $4,000, I'm taking that one. That's all right. That's all right. um it is an individual game, right? You don't have to play my game as long as you're getting it done with whatever it is you're doing. If you're not, I think you want to stop, look, listen, the old CPR thing, look, listen, and feel, you know, um, make sure you're getting, you're moving forward. We need to be able to move forward, hold ground, move forward, hold ground. And just because we come out doesn't mean that we instantly turn around and go the other way or instantly do something. And that's where a lot of times people make mistakes when they're discretionary trading. They may have a great trade on, they take it off, and because they took it off, whatever direction it might be, then they think, oh, I got to get back in there because I got to get to work. And they immediately go the other way and give back everything that they got and then some. And they're constantly doing that, going from one thing to another, to another, to another. And emotionally, they're a wet noodle. If that's you, stop, just stop, because it isn't going to work. It just isn't. What our members are doing here when they're in the group, their offices are probably pretty quiet. They're pretty relaxed. They're pretty comfortable. They've already come to grips with what the market is, what it isn't. They're not asking themselves a lot of questions. They're just simply reacting. They're fishing. They're fishing. They're playing golf. They're, playing a musical instrument, and they're not even thinking about it. They're just doing what they do. So I don't want to add to it. I don't want to make it more complicated or over simple. We work very hard at these things, but to develop them. But you're welcome to visit our new website. A little plug there. You're welcome to visit. Make sure you're on the mailing list. Make sure. And if you got any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. But we got about 10 minutes to go, so you're going to see me bring this trade to an end, and we're gonna book it from there, and then we'll probably wrap up YouTube. So you almost went all day. Am I going to do it again tomorrow? I don't know. We might. So make sure we have your email. Make sure you're following. Help us spread the word, because God, if I ever got like 50, 100 people on Friday, at the end of the week, we might do it a little bit more. Most people don't want to work at it. They're just like, I just want to buy something. I want to go buy something. Go buy me a beer. Remember that lady? You're gonna drink me a beer. You want any? Remember her, the Indian up there in Boston? With her fake Boston accent? Was it Pocahontas? That commercial she made? Honey, I'm gonna have me a beer. Wasn't that awful? They're not feeling so good up in Boston today. The Celtics just didn't get it done. Ooh, that was painful. So there's probably a lot of beer drinking in Boston. My tribe lost a lot of that accent. But maybe we might go to about just about 10 past 3 if we're going to get another turn down. They usually come in right after the 3 o'clock hour, and otherwise we'll get out of the way. Any questions, let us know. Okay, it is 3 o'clock, and I did not do that. The strategy did. The strategy did, and I don't want to, with we're winding down, right? And nice trade though. Nice trade. $20 drawdown, already up $100, quickly going the other way. And but what we're going to do is we're going to come in and turn that strategy off and call it a day. How about that, right? Let's not bogey the last hole, not necessary. And so we're going to come in and I'm going to disable the strategy, close the position, and we're in the house. We're done. We're done. Beautiful, beautiful trading day. Let's go in and take a look at the performance report. We only had 2 trades, so it's going to be really, really sweet. Trade manager analysis. And let's generate a report. There it is. Well, it's insane because we only had 2 trades and we didn't have any losses, but we did have commissions, and we spent a whopping $6. $6 in commissions. It's $1.50 in, $1.50 out. We did it, so it's $6. So 27.30, we'll round it, divided by 6 is $455. Our profit factor is 455, not $455, 455, meaning for every dollar we expended today, we made $455. That works. That is a beautiful thing. That, folks, is what we're about. Feel free to follow. It's no cost to follow. You want to learn how to do this on your own. I can't do it for you. I wish I could, but we're not set up for it. I just don't have the time for that. But we do have the time to teach you how we go about doing it. And we are prepared to send you the very same programs, the very same one, Trend Seeker, whatever, the radar, everything. It's up to you, though. It's up to you. And I think it's, if you see this later, not trying to present this as something being automatic. Yeah, it does take time. It does take practice, does take a discipline and patience. And but it is very, well, it's up to you. So with that, we're going to say good afternoon to everyone on YouTube. We wish everyone the best. We're going to sign down and look for you the next time. Feel free to send us any questions. Thanks, Tina. Everybody have a